Oh my god. Let's get floody with it. Who's ready for floody madness on this stream? Because we have all of the new areas complete and lit on super light maps. So finalized light maps, even though I might still make some changes. Woo! Baby, a triple. I'm very happy with how all of this came out. How y'all doing? I am doing the doing. It is doing good. I'm glad I was able to create these these broken glass panes here. I wasn't sure if Halo 2 was gonna let me do that, but it did. Yeah. Lots of spooktacular fun to be had in here. We are going to embark on all that on the stream. We're gonna be probably gonna be starting with some decorations of everything, and then putting like hollow panels everywhere, doing some environmental storytelling, putting sparks and fires here and there. Then we're gonna do some encounter stuff, and I'll try not to spoil like the key scary points. And yeah, after I finish up with Oracle here, I'm gonna start working on the first episode of my Halo 2 Rebalanced design series. Basically, take the long form videos that I used to and just chop them up into pieces that I can release on a monthly or even faster than that basis. Foggy glasses. Hey Ziggy, yes, I did all this in Blender. Still have Blender open, as a matter of fact. Added this, finished this room all up. Trying to keep that balance between like industrial, sterile lab and more ornate Forerunner kind of stuff. Then we got this hallway that we worked on the last stream, or was it the last stream? It was my pre-birthday, the day before my birthday. But yeah, this is all finished up as well. Light maps here came out looking fantastic. Gonna do some fun stuff in this hallway. And then this is where you exit back out into the main disposal chamber. Personally, this room over here is my favorite one that I've done. I'm really proud of this one, how this one came out. Now we got these fancy little fog plane effects on the floor of some of these rooms. There's my Forerunner traffic light. I love my Forerunner traffic light. So, before we start doing like any sort of decoration of all of this stuff, how about we take it from the top and see how this mission goes? Got everybody, I was just already standing around over here. In fact, let me open that up in tag test. I redid some of the decals on the wall here to not be immediately like super bloody and gory. I replaced it with some rust stains on the wall just so I can we can have a little bit of subtlety before we do the reveal. I'll have plenty of time for blood and gore environmental storytelling later. There's our boy, the star of the show.
What is that? Quiet.
Let me know if at any point the game or music is too loud and you can't hear me.
Before it returns, let's find the heretic leader and finish him off.
So because I changed how the flood are revealed, this scene that's coming up here play out a little bit differently.
What happened here?
All these doors are initially locked. The first of our locks here. You can clearly see what door it's supposed to open.
Heretic! Hold your fire. Hold your fire. I wondered who the prophets would send to silence me. An arbiter.
I also make the hologram, the holodrone heretic leaders use the voice filter, so that'll come in handy in the boss fight later to tell apart the real one from the fake one.
He's using a holodrone. He must be close. Come out so we may kill you.
Get in line. Spread out and look for him.
And just like that, we have our new objective instead of just standing around fighting infection forms for 30 seconds until the door magically opens. So yeah, this is where we will stop for now. Once you open this here, opens either one of these two doors and you can go either way.
Watch your fire. Aim more carefully. I'll assume that was an Arbiter, what are you doing?
At some point I want to remake the plasma pistol's overcharge effect because it looks really bad, to be honest. Like, it doesn't move in the way smoke would. It looks like it's liquid falling out. So yeah, that is where you will be whisked away to the new areas. We are going to start by decorating that stuff. Already got a lot of decorations done in here. Already got a lot of crap on the walls and everything. And then we are going to have some scenery replicas of these biped bodies. At the moment, we're literally out of bipeds. I literally cannot place any more bipeds down. So I'm gonna have to wait for Sev to complete some scenery replicas of these bodies, so I can place down some of those. Some more bodies in the left and right wing. All right. I regret opening my window because it's making looking at what's on screen a little tricky, a little difficult. But we will start with the left wing here. See what kind of environmental storytelling we can get going on in here. I think I mostly want to start with, like, I don't know if I want to go on a room by room basis or on a scenery by scenery thing basis. I think scenery by scenery might be a little easier. So I need to put down things like sparks, some fires in a couple places, got the blood and explosion and plasma burn decals, blood where I think there would be bodies. Alright, see you later, little dude. So I'm trying to think if I want to put anything in here. Probably put a body around this corner here. It doesn't necessarily have to be anything around there, around that corner. I think I will actually go light on this hallway here. Can I like put down a dynamic light somewhere here just so I can see? Let's see, do I have any scenery lights here? Let's see, I have this. I got this here. Just like a couple of like bullet or plasma burns on the wall, probably. All right, we're literally breaking out the flashlight here so we can see what I'm doing. We'll just start with a couple on the wall here. We'll go room by room. The cultivation spiral chamber is gonna have a lot of stuff in it. Let's get the decorator brush out. Bullet holes, plasma burns, precision airbrush add. Just dot a couple of those across this wall. Then after we do all the scenery stuff, we're gonna start with the actual encounter and combat stuff. Maybe just like a small flood blood pile that leads into this door here that you can't access. What's up, Toast? Shine my light over here so I can see what I'm doing. Let's see, flood goo, flood decals. Let's place a couple of those in there. All right. Things are going well, Toast. Getting good stuff done. Drag my light around here with me. I wish Sapien had like a built-in flashlight function that just points where your camera is pointed for these like instances. Has the lighting been improved? Yeah, Sev basically recoded the entire lighting to use a lot of modern coding techniques, from what I understand. What kind of stuff do I want in this room? There's not much destruction to go with this room, really. I think I might want to leave this room relatively untouched. Maybe like one body in here. Oh yeah, it's been the comparison between blockout phase and finalized is pretty big. Let's see, I know a lot of what I want in the cultivation chamber, but not so much this room. I think probably I shouldn't go all out in every room. I should make specific rooms stand out more than others. So I think all I'll do is just a couple of plasma burns on here, same as before. Had some plasma burns against the wall there. Maybe a pile of grunt blood. Or even elite blood, maybe. Although that's a lot harder to make stand out in a dark room like this. Let's see, where am I? I have to stack several bits of elite blood on top of each other for it to be visible in here. Blood. Elite. Bound. I don't know if this can, I don't think this can render on top of the glass, but it's rendering on top of the glass here, so maybe it can. Some of that there, and then maybe a little bit of the flood goo model thing. Flood goo model, precision place, a couple of those there. And then we're not gonna go really extreme until the cultivation chamber, which we are coming up through here. All right, now the transitionary hallway over here. What do you think we should have in here, if anything? So I'm not sure if we should have anything in here, to be honest. I kind of want to maybe do something cheeky, like some on the ceiling or something. Will the Forerunners be human in this mod? Well, I mean, by default in Halo 2, like, unless you allow, like, future retcons to, you know, retroactively change your understanding of Halo 2's story, that's kind of the default. That's kind of the default. If it ever comes up, that's what I'll be going with. I don't know in what situation that would come up, or how that would, like, influence how I build Foreigner structures, but if it did, then I would go with that. The Foreigner human thing. Is this a rebalanced or revamped? It's a retribution of the revenge of the reveal. What's up, Ceylon? Maybe we could do what I think I'll be a little bit cheeky here and like kind of hide the detail. Oh, this isn't even getting into like the neutral, like, environmental, like, decorations. Stuff like rust up the walls and, like, water stains on the ground. I should probably take care of all of that kind of stuff before I get into, like, the spooky flood, blood, gore, destruction stuff. Probably do, like, should probably do a big sweeping pass of all of the new areas and add that kind of stuff before anything. But let's do this room in any case. Let's like have on the wall behind where you come out, like if you happen to turn around, you can see all this crap up here. And then you're like, whoa! I almost missed that. Spooky. Okay, let's do all the you know, the obligatory decorations first. Let's see, we got the edge crud that I added in here, we got the wall sort of stains here, and then we got the water stains as well. So those are the main three. Oh yeah, and the floor crud as well. There's like some of that here. Yeah, so those are the main four that I need to place down in these areas. Might need to bring my flashlight here. My trusty handy dandy flashlight. It's like working in a service tunnel or something, a maintenance tunnel. Hello, can I see you, please? Oh, what direction is it pointed? I actually added a something that a lot of modern games do, which is attach a light to the player character, so you're never in total pitch blackness. So if you get up close to something, you can actually make it out, because there's a light following Arbiter at all times. A very subtle light. Okay, I already added a little bit in this hallway. So spooky. I'm scared, guys. I'm gonna add a little bit in here. Let's see. Dirty interior. Drips. Anybody got that drip? Let's see. Is this what I'm looking for? Yeah. Let's add some of that. Get some of that in here. God, this is annoying to decorate. So spooky though. Literally shining a flashlight in the darkness. You can really see like the work Sev put into the lighting engine with what I'm doing here. Alone in the dark. Hello, Hisuian Zorark. Doesn't that lighting look so good? Definitely gonna be taking advantage of that on this mission. It's like a modern horror game. Okay, now let me do some water. Cut just a couple of water stains here and there. I probably don't need this for everywhere, but chunks? No, not chunks. Where is the water stain? Water stain. Let's put one of those in that corner, one there, one there. Just some obligatory stuff that you you don't even think about, but you would notice if it were gone. Like, hey, this area is this area kind of feels weird, and that's because I didn't take the time to put in these boring pieces of decoration. Okay, and then the edge crud. Don't want to go too crazy with this, because this whole flood lab is supposed to be a little bit better taken care of and less rustic, less old looking than the rest of the alpha gas giant, because it was literally retrofitted onto it. So don't want to go too crazy with this stuff. And then where is the floor crud? Is this it? Yeah. Just put a couple of those here and there on the floor. On the floor and on the walls. Alright. Thank you, handy dandy flashlight. I should make like I should make a light tag that's specifically I use for these kinds of areas. That would be funny. Alright, you wouldn't even be able to see them very well, but should be there regardless. And just like that, yeah, it feels a little bit more lived in, doesn't it? Okay, next room should be much easier to see and put stuff in. A little bit, anyway. I wanted to keep things dark, and it makes for some really, really great atmospheric gameplay, but it's really hard to work in. Okay, let's go start with the drip. Oh god, I need my flashlight. It's dark, I need my night light. Diden, yeah, that's much more fitting. Gotta shine my light everywhere. This is like this is like the most immersive you could get when it comes to actually building a map. It's like I'm really there. Alright, water stains. Just a couple of those here and there. Put these on the walls too. Probably want to do that in a couple places. The autumn she's been had. Hey, for alligator. Bondage kitty. Yeah, auto flashlight off is completely eradicated, which also has the side effect of allowing vehicle headlights to be on at all times as well, which in our mod casts dynamic shadows as well, so that looks like double good. Alright. Edge crap. I'm in crud. And then a regular, good old regular crud. Okay. That's dirty enough for in here, I think. Hello. Moving on in here. Let me just like point this up and then down, or get this up and then down. So it's pointing down. Oh my god, popcorn, yes. With extra butter. I think I can put these kind of decals on glass. Can barely see them though. It is getting spooky, and very hard to see! For what I'm doing, anyway. Okay, that's good enough. Moving on back into here. Back into complete and total darkness. Probably would have been easier to do this without light maps, but then it wouldn't look as good to you guys. Do 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 do. Will Shitmaster be following you through the level like in Uncut still? Yes! There was way too much of his dialogue that he has here to not have him following you. I've already gone to great lengths to control how he behaves throughout the entire mission. Whoa, sir, the Covenant have dug it up in those rocks. They got us pinned down here. Master Chief, we need to scale the ridge that does not exist so we can get below those stationary guns, which is physically impossible. Yeah, he's just like Johnson. He's invulnerable. I had to do a bunch of shit to make sure that if he's lagging behind, like if he's for some reason absent, when you're going into the silo, he'll teleport into place after a certain amount of time, so the mission doesn't fucking soft lock. And same if he falls off the elevator, to teleport him back on the elevator, stuff like that. You have to do some funny stuff with when you have invulnerable AI following you. And the mission depends on them being with you and alive. What's going on in here? Some spooky bad stuff's going down in here. Some real bad stuff. Some bad news. Some bad people have moved into town. Are you watching the show? No. I didn't even watch season 1. Problematic tenants, yes. Or maybe even residents that are evil in nature. I could probably figure out a way to script ink ribbons into Halo, if you really tempted me. Okay, big area here. I probably don't need a flashlight for here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Alright, starting off with the crud. Flood crud. Just placing these in various areas. You learning how to set up materials? All I know how to do still is just to link the TIFF with the with it, just so I can see the basic diffuse material for what it's supposed to look like. I don't know anything about setting up working with shaders in Blender yet. Now I gotta go all the way back down and do the small crud. Hello, Valentine. Salutations. Let's get that drip. Sure, how this is gonna be tricky here because can show above the walkways. I also need to redo the adjust the background sound in a lot of these areas, so like in areas that you traverse before the reveal aren't like going crazy with scary noises in the background the whole time. That should be for after the reveal is when all that crazy shit's in the background is going off. Alright. Edge crud. Let's get these all in here, lining the interior of the cultivation tube. Ah, heck yeah. These little bits of detail are really making this place look more alive. Ironically. Oh, you want the mod done tonight? All right. I'll make sure to go super fast then. Okay, we'll put a whole bunch of water stains here in the cultivation chamber because the flood have been stinking it up. Especially right here. Love that. New video idea. I speedran making a campaign overhaul in less than 24 hours. This is what happened. Video idea. I let Twitch chat make a Halo mod for me. You won't believe what happened next. I love the stains and appreciate you for it. Imagine that. This is like the only context where that would make sense. Yeah, it sees I didn't build up the Juggernaut this whole time, and then I just unleashed the Amogus on you. Alright, this room's done. Moving on into here. Will CE flood music be in this mod? Not likely. Just because I don't want to just copy CE beat for beat. I want to do something new wherever I can when it comes to stuff like this. Okay, that's that room. Deacon grunts. Would they have shields? I don't know what grunts would even have shields. Thoughts on the general concept of high-ranking grunts with shields? I think Vidam in his Halo Reach Evolved showed that can work really well with his grunt ultras. With the context that the BR in that mod, like a full burst, would be able to kill that grunt, but only if like all 3 bullets hit the grunt. I thought that is like an interesting sort of idea and mechanic. So yeah, it's not out of the question. Not sure under what context I would do it. Generally a mix, John, of cut content and original ideas. But in this case, it's like almost all original ideas when it comes to these new expansions. Is there just one more room? Okay. Let's go out here and put some of this stuff out here as well on the top of this area. I didn't give the Spec Ops guns shields, but we did give them helmets so they can survive a few shots to the head before it's blown off. Awesome. Nice. Will you add the drone ranks from ODST? We pretty much did. We merged a lot of them together because like 5 drone ranks is excessive. So we have 3 drone ranks in H2R now. And we have the white one that uses needlers. And then we have the red one that uses the brute plasma rifle and has shields. Okay, I think that's all of the decoration we need in here. What is this here? I think that's a drip from the lower floor. It's clipping through. Dang it, so annoying. Yeah, it's totally possible, Sam. Import any kind of audio into Halo 2. Okay, that should do it for all the generic sort of details. Right, we were doing the more interesting sort of details for these areas. Alright, so obviously this section here should be totally fucked up to hell. I want there to be at least one fire somewhere in here. Let me just start by placing some sparks down in places where that would make sense, like this destroyed walkway here. A whole bunch of sparks here. Put a couple of these here. Oh, those like drop particles that bounce along the ground down here. Probably put a couple of those on these little bits of debris as well. Then, while we're here on this piece of debris, should probably also add any other sort of destruction decorations that would be relevant to it. Hope these little objects here don't take up much object memory at all. Texel says he heard you had something special planned for Chief's final mission? What, like the Warthog run? I don't know what you're referring to. Otherwise. A boss fight? I haven't said anything like that. Okay, let's get some blast mark decals in here. Wish we had these decals that could properly map to faces instead of going off of them. Where is the dirty interior? No. Debris, blast, yeah. Oh yeah, I need to use the rubble. Let's get some rubble in here as well. Got this stuff here. That is not what I wanted. Do I want to use any of this? I don't know. Maybe in a very limited capacity. Yeah, something like that. I didn't want to have too many pieces of geometry debris here because that would like obviously block you, and AI pathfinding would mess up. Where is chunks? Let's see. Yeah, something like this is what I want. Get some of those in there. The thing that's cool about these little chunks here is that they seem to like inherit the color of whatever the surface that they're placed down on, which is really cool. So they're like really, they can be really versatile in that regard. Nice. It's looking much more believable now. Increase the brute arsenal with brute weapons like the spiker in this mod. Not this mod. I prefer to leave that to Halo 3 instead of just sort of cannibalizing all of Halo 3's content. Because we already have like there's so much Covenant weapon representation in this game that we already have to like squeeze quite a bit to get some human weapons into the last 4 missions, so the entire campaign isn't super light on human weapons and super heavy on Covenant weapons. Okay, where else do sparks? Do I need to place some sparks? Probably in here, over this. I need like a version of this that has like it constantly emitting somewhere at some point. Maybe put one in here as well. Let me see if we have one that is similar to CE, where it's like sparking all the time. Sparks. Doesn't look like it. Let me make my own then. I wonder if I should have some that emit orange sparks as well. Maybe, I probably should, yeah. CE has quite a bit of those. I just make those for any time in the future when I might need them. Spark Ice Blue Medium. Constant, we'll call this. But then I need to make sure it's like only it's only emitting particles when you're actually looking at it. CE's Flood Lab glyphs? Not sure what you're referring to. You mean the foreigner symbols on the walls? . Alright, here we go. Of delay bounds be 0 to 1.5 seconds. Then CE also has lens flares attached to this. Let's see. There we go. We'll see how this looks. Scenery, sparks, medium constant. The lens flare needs to always be active. Yeah, something like that. Needs to use a different lens flare though, but it's not so fancy. Effects, bitmaps, flares, no, not that. Sparks? No, not that. Where is it? Lens flares. Flares generic. Not that. Something a little more like that. Yes, it will, Caleb. It'll be on the Steam Workshop. #1 place you can find it. Let's also animate the... Can I animate the size? Doesn't look like I can. God damn you! Just because I tried to change the brightness to 2 instead of 1. I probably will put have some brutes using fuel rods. How much progress did we lose there? Okay, all this is still intact. That's the most important thing. Okay. Good thing my saving muscle memory is always active. Let me edit these sparks a little bit. Wait, isn't there's a specific with lens flare that I'm thinking of that might be what I want? Let's see, it's like vaguely red. Red and yellowish. I think it might have been that one, but I don't want something that fancy for this. I'm gonna restart Gorilla because it stopped showing me vital information that I need to see. Let me turn down their size a bit. That's like sputtering out in so many directions. Then, is there any way for me to elongate the sparks, or can I use a different spark model? Particle physics model thing. Let's see, sparks animated soft particle. Vex, generic, sparks, animated fiery. That may be a little closer to what I was thinking of. Spark simple long. Shrapnel sparks. Those are tiny. Hey Viking, things have been going very good. Sparks cluster. Whoa. Sparks impact. Whoa. It's not the kind of spark I need. Sparks explode. Which one was the one that I liked? Spark animated fiery? Yeah, okay. Now let me put this over here. Replace the one that's flashing because I don't want one that's flashing. Let me increase the range at which it draws. add a tiny delay. Let me increase the lifespan as well, so they're kind of raining on top of you. Okay. Where else could we use some sparks? I think I'll change this back to what it was originally. Maybe here. As a fellow modder, damn, you're good. Thanks. We need some sparks on this here door, which is custom made, damaged. Add a small one here. Then I should also make a version. I don't know if there. I think some versions of the fires and the fire scenery object in Halo 2 do have a light emitting from them. I'll definitely use that here. Or whatever fire I place around here. Okay, those are all the sparks I want here, but in here, let's see. Definitely want some sparks coming down from the ceiling, I think. I'm gonna make a an orange version of this instead of a blue version. Effects, scenery, sparks. Spark orange constant. Spark orange constant. Thank you, Imperial. Working very hard on it. What is my favorite horror game? I'm a massive Resident Evil fan, so probably in terms of the scariest Resident Evil game, I'd probably have to say Resident Evil 1 Remake. I still have like creepy dreams about that game. Zombies roaming in the mansion halls in the darkness, getting me all cornered. Those are very fun kind of dreams. Make another lens flare for this. Sparks orange. I see foreigner structures as like using a mix of like the usual like plasma fiery kind of stuff and human fiery stuff, so a mixture of the blue and like orange when it comes to destruction effects and fire. Alright, let's put this in here. Although I'm probably not going to want one that's going off constantly. I want one that sputters now and then. But I'll put this in here regardless. Hey, nice. I think I will, can I randomize this size here a little bit? Whoa. Funky. No, not 0.2, 0.02. Yeah, that'll look really cool in here. Let me make a version that is non-constant. More missions will have BSP editions than not, Lexus. The way it's going now. Sparks. Sparks orange. And sparks orange. Okay, and then I'll copy the values from the other one that sputters every now and then. Okay, delay between 5 to 2 seconds. 5.5, 0.25. Okay. There we go. I can add a couple of those. And then let me pair this with the one that lets out the smaller sparks. Oh yeah, I need to add the sparks to the pipes on the up here as well. Is there a small version of that I can use for this? So we already have quite a few sparks in here. Sparks, ice blue, small, perfect. Use that for here and here. And here. Sparky hallway is what we'll call this. Let me add the tiny little ember version as well to complement that. Nice. Immersive. Will there be BSP rules though, like the copy-paste rooms in Gravemind? Gravemind is like in need of one or two more prefab rooms to play around with, yeah. That's something, if anything, for Gravemind, that's the #1 thing my mind would go to. I'm not sure what the ratio of like addition to overhaul or changes would be, because Gravemind doesn't need any expansions. But I'm kind of wary of changing like existing layout and content like that. Okay, any sparks in here? There are a couple of lights here that don't have any source. Those are supposed to be like coming from Foreigner lights that we made. So let's see, let me grab those. Where would that be? Foreigner, industrial. Light fixtures, light ground. We have these floor spot small. What is that? It's a vanilla asset. What is this? Oh, I could use this actually. Maybe. Although those would bake light maps, and I already have all the lights that I need. But anyway, just grab this, and I need to make a. Actually, I need to make a non-lit version of this because this all cast light maps. So I need the scenery object to be there, but I don't want to mess with the light that I already placed. It just need to be coming from somewhere in the universe. Objects, foreigner, industrial, light fixtures, light ground. Light ground. No light. No bitches. And then just remove the light tag from that. Light fixtures, light ground, no light. Oh, we're gonna do plenty of blood decals in a second. Okay, so these lights are gonna be coming from these sort of things that are like knocked over. So we'll place it sort of like this. And there's another one over here, which is pointed about here. Okay. Good enough. Just need these light sources to be coming from somewhere in universe. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna have any sparks up here. May hop on over to the other side here and place down some sparks as well. We'll just get all the sparks out of the way. I wonder when the game will stop letting me place down scenery objects. That'll be the day when I get very sad. I've been running out of stuff a lot on this mission. I ran out of trigger volumes once, I've run out of bipeds, ran out of object names. Okay, we'll get some sparks in here too. I'll put some destruction stuff near here, because there are also bodies in here. I need to place down a whole bunch of holograms on these walls as well. Okay, that should do it for sparks, though. Sparks are flying. Yeah, I should definitely have trees, if they're not going to be animated, like the ones on Delta Halo, where their leaves are swaying back and forth. You should, any non-animated trees, you should probably make instance geo. Hello, Schmat. Decorating the finished area. Okay, what next in here? Should probably do the bullet, the plasma marks, plasma burns now. Let's see. Bullet holes, plasma burns. Let's see. It's kind of hard because I would go and place bodies first, and that would kind of inform where I want to put everything, but we don't have the scenery bodies finished yet. And decals like Grunt Blood don't render unless you're mousing over them in Sapien, so it's hard to know where to place that kind of stuff. But this room in general needs to be very fucked up. Very fucked up. So we're gonna put some bullet holes everywhere. Some plasma burns. I take great pleasure in making it places look totally fucked up. You're gonna be like, in the segment where you return to the production arm to chase the heretic leader, I made that entire that entire place looks so fucked up compared to the first time when you visit it. There's so much destruction all around you. And I'm very proud of it. Get a whole bunch of plasma burns against this wall, as if the Covenant were, or the heretics were being driven further and further back upward. Let's get our storytelling of the environmental variety hats on. And then I imagine a grunt threw a fucking grenade to cut off the flood from getting up to them here, and ended up destroying the walkway. That's my little head cannon. Along with that, let's get a couple of blast marks. Hey, Sophie. Thank you. Okay, let's do some more plasma bullet holes elsewhere. Just a couple for this hallway. And we'll dot this wall with a whole bunch. Get a blast mark in there. Just vibing. Came to the perfect stream to do that. What became of the grunt that threw the grenade to stop the flood? Well, I guess he went further and further up. He was somewhat successful, I suppose. Then escaped through here, and then he went on to live a long life with 4 children and a lovely wife. Don't ask how he escaped the plummeting station. That's classified. Alright, let's put some bullet holes in here. Okay, now this lab is gonna be omega fucked up. Let me actually object create containing our wing body. Alright. Get those guys in here. Okay, blast marks. Put that blast mark next to here like I said I would. Okay, since we're here with the bodies, let's put some elite blood here. Oops, I spilled my grape juice. Let's put some outside as well. And then I don't have the scenery bodies to place them down, but let's place some grunt blood as well, because I'm gonna have some grunt bodies in here as too. Maybe a jackal. Blood, blood. Beautiful. Why is this material not valid to place a decal on? Probably because it's instance geometry, right? Okay, let me do the same for the elite bodies that are over here. I can walk around here and tag test and see how it looks. So the decals will actually render in tag test. Create L-wing body. Need to remember to place flood blood as well. Probably put a jackal body right here. I'm so glad Halo 2 still has these decals. We're mixing all the blood here to make a lovely blood smoothie. Yeah, they are a Xynombine. I'm very glad they are. And I can't place these here because the game considers this instance geometry, so I'll probably re-import. In fact, let me do that now so I can, and then I can, then these decals will be visible next time I re-import the mission here. Let me grab all of these walkways here and join them with the chamber, so they're not instance geometry anymore. Alright, join all those together. Okay, and now join them with the chamber. Spiral room. Okay, now let me hop over here and do the same thing. Join this together so I can have blood on those. Because for some reason that specific decal does not want to render on instance geo. Okay. And then I'll just place grunt blood here. Anyway, even if I can't see it at the moment. Do grunts even have that color blood in Halo 2? Yeah, absolutely. In fact, they look better than they ever did. Bleed for me! Bleed for me, my darling! It actually is like additive, like in Halo 3, so it actually glows the more is piled up on top of each other. It was like that in the E3 demo as well. And we'll have some grunt blood in here too. In fact, I'll put a grunt smear on the walkway here. So if a grunt died on the walkway and then just tumbled down to the corner down here. I wish I could, I tried to put the grunt blood in my decorator brush palette, but front blood is like, these decals are like a specific kind of decal that can't be put into the decorator brush. Just to pretend there's a grunt body here. Oh yeah, we gotta do Flood Blood as well. Can't forget about Flood Blood. Let's hop back over into here. Sometimes I like to mix the Elite and Flood Blood together to show places where an Elite got transformed. They got that blood mixed together in one spot. And then they also have little goo models that were not functional in vanilla. I have those functional now. So I can put those around where the light maps will look good for them anyway. Sometimes the light maps does funky stuff to them. Halo 1 animated Flood? That would be a novel idea, but I prefer to keep everything, like, the Flood as a faction, like, consistent as an enemy. So this is the mission where you learn how to fight them. At least... at least in the way I'm doing it. Did I put any Flood Blood in here? Don't remember. Alright, here's where we're gonna be. We're gonna have all the freaking Flood Blood on this cultivation chamber. So this is where, like, flood ecosystem chambers, so there's gonna be, like, all sorts of biomass piled up here. Don't want to go too crazy with, like, giant bits of biomass, but do want there to be some. We'll want to wait until, like, high charity to go super in with the biomass. I'll do that in a second. Let me just finish placing the combat blood around here. And then I put the goo models down to match. Well, we're definitely gonna have like the flood goo drips coming from down up here. Which I believe I actually remade that on stream at some point in the past. All right, let's put some in here now. Alright, is there anywhere else that I need to bloody up? I think we should be good to go. There are also these little bits of flood biomass scenery objects that are like littered all over the floor in here. I actually removed some of them because I wanted to move them to the places where the reveal happens so we can sort of save that little bit of shock factor. So let's place a couple of those little biomass scenery bits. They're really small. Yeah, they're like this. Place them on some of these blood piles. That's how they were set up in vanilla, I think. Not that big. We're not gonna go that big. Now we'll place some back here. We're gonna place a whole bunch inside of the cultivation chamber itself.
Keep up the grand stuff, Ruby and Company. Avenue a good one.
Thank you, Bizarre, for the 2552. That is topical and very generous. Thank you. Really appreciate that, dude. Yeah, imagine how the flood would smell. Ugh. Imagine how the level Cortana would smell. I'm sure it'd smell like roses and raspberries.
Keep up the grand stuff, Ruby and Company. Avenue a good one.
Why does that play twice? That happened on the last stream too, when Patty donated. Yeah, flood boogers. I've not put weapons around just yet. I'm gonna do that when I get to the gameplay pass here. Yeah, Streamlabs has been acting weird for me lately in general. All right, let's get extra funky with it. We are gonna make this little chamber tube here absolutely filthy. It's like 10,000, 100,000 years worth of freaking flood growing in here and being examined. I imagine they do have a way to flush the flood out though and into the disposal system, which this whole chamber here is for. And I imagine that to be this little garbage disposal thing in the center. So they do have a way of flushing it out. It was the heretics who accidentally opened it all? Opened what? Hello, lol dude. We are Making this place funked up. The heretics accidentally released the flood. That's still true. That can still be true. The grunt pushed a button that he shouldn't have, and then released, like, a grunt pushed a button that he shouldn't have, and he turned off, like, the what is it, like, turned off the tranquilizing gases that were released in the tubes here, and then the flood went feral and broke out. I don't think it was the heretic leader that released them. The arbiter level makes it sound like the flood have been like, there had been like flood sneaking around the research arm and like making people disappear for a while now, based on the conversation that the two heretics have at the start of Arbiter. A bunch of their brothers went missing. And so I take that to mean that the flood had been released at some point, that they had been laying low and gathering and kidnapping people before shit really hit the fan. So they built up quite a bit of guys under the radar, quite a bit of combat forms under the radar, so they could really make shit hit the fan afterwards. Maybe even release the Juggernaut. Which is actually, I think that's actually even creepier than, like, it all going to hell at once. Like, imagine a flood outbreak that just starts as, like, some weird incidents and some people going missing. That's, like, even creepier. It's like that in CE2, where the flood combat forms don't immediately attack the chief, they just like sit at a distance and watch him before going feral on him. The flood are creepily intelligent like that, even without a full-fledged grave mind. Alright, this entire floor needs to be littered in with the flood goo. Get the flood goo models here and place those all over. Gross. That's being lit up by the light map down here. This is where I imagine the Juggernaut was being held and examined on. I imagine it would be like the Flood to be examined like this would be put on a fuck ton of tranquilizing gas or something like that. So it's basically a zombie. You can't really move or think much. Someone somewhere at some point fucked up and turned off those safety precautions. Or made them fail, and then some Flood got out somewhere. I would imagine that the Flood Juggernaut wouldn't be the first one to get released. I'd imagine some Flood spores or infection forms were to be the first to get out. That would lead to a bunch of disappearances of the heretics over the course of a couple weeks, maybe. And then when shit's starting to starting to get started, then those Flood infectees go and release the Juggernaut, and then shit really hits the fan. Okay, now let's place those little bits of biomass in here. Yeah, 343 Guilty Spark during the Heretic Leader boss fight says that the Flood will certainly be destroyed once the station reaches the ground. Cool thing about these little scenery objects is that they are destructible and have their own destruction effects. God damn, someone needs to get a power washer in here. I'm gonna make this mod into power washing simulator. Alright, now let me grab a couple of the trusty tried and true Flood goop scenery objects. Actually, can I put a couple of these clumps along the pillars here? Because they'll actually get lit properly, unlike the decorator models. I hope so, anyway. Come on. This shit, stop being lit up. Light maps are something funny, ain't they? Let's see, where are my little drippy buddies? Flood glowing drip. There you are. Get a couple of those over here. Do you have any tentacles? Why, yes, I have some tentacles under my skirt. But yeah, we do have a tentacle scenery objects, I think. They're used on High Charity. I don't think I'll use tentacle scenery objects here. I'll save that for the climactic part of the game. Yep, saving the tentacles for the climax. I think I remember recreating these flood drips. I don't think they're in Halo 2 by default. Man, that's kind of gross. Just a little. Can't get enough of breaking these glass panes. Man, we took this area and completely transformed it. just with the addition of some decals and scenery objects. And then, speaking of flood drips, one fancy thing I wanted to do was, see how there's grating in this room? The thing I wanted to do was, I wanted to, like, put, like, we're gonna put a flood drip, like a drip here, like, and then we're gonna put it, like, above it as well, so it's coming through the grating. Like, up here. So you can create a cool effect like that. Okay, what else do we need in here? Right, I wanted to put down some fires in here, a couple fires in here as well. Let's see. Is it possible for Arbiter and Artos to have enclosed helmets so they don't get infected by flood spores? No, that's one of the things we have to bite the bullet on. And then there are no flood spores in this level, but I don't know about the Gravemind cutscene. Like, I think if it was within the Gravemind's control, like, it would be in the Gravemind's best interest if the Arbiter didn't get infected at that point in time, because he was trying to use Chief and Arbiter to his own ends. So, if you have to come up with, like, a reason for why Arbiter didn't get infected in that cutscene, is because the Gravemind didn't want him to be. Regardless of if he's breathing in flood spores. Energy shields too, depending on how those work, maybe. I think airborne flood spores are a thing, because they do have a particle model in Halo 2. And, Artos talks about flood spores and the Floodgate cutscene in Halo 3. I don't think I have any fires in here at the moment. Oh, we have these gas leak things, though. Let me actually make good use of those before I forget. Halo CE has a lot of these kind of things on the pillar bottom with, like, broken pipes in various places. Put this on, like, sort of like this, maybe. Something like this would probably Makes sense in here. Or like maybe one of these tanks have burst. No fires in here, so let me get the fire scenery object. I want one that actually does damage, actually. Fires... When is this used in Halo 2? That could be interesting. Maybe put one of those like around here. It needs like a... It's like a fire-breathing dragon. It needs like a pipe to be attached to, or something like that. Like a gasoline pipe. But anyway, this fire isn't what I was thinking of exactly. That would be interesting. It'd be cool to use that somewhere in the campaign. I need to make my own fire scenery object. Do any of these already have a dynamic light on them? Fire basic medium. This has a lens flare. Does not have a light on it though. Okay, I will make this a version with a light and a damage effect. Fire basic dynamic, we'll call this. All right. Let's add a light to this. And a damage effect. Probably have to make my own damage effect for this. Just put that in here. Alright, let's see how this looks. Whoa, that is nowhere near the right color. Well, we needed a flashlight. We found one. Wow, we're getting deep fried in here. Jesus Christ. Is that creating, that's creating like several freaking, let's not have that in the effect tag. That's creating like a billion lights a second. Let's put that in the scenery tag instead. Much better. Much more reasonable. Oh my god. Die, flood, burn! Fucking burn, bitch, burn! Death to the flood. I don't know where I want this to be, honest. Probably next to, like, here. Although if I do that, that's immediately, like, gonna break the glass. Yeah. So this placement is kind of tricky. Ah! I think I can put it like about right here and it won't break the stuff. Sev, hello. The flood reanimation thing isn't is deprecated in Halo 2, but even then it's fine because the entire reanimation thing was superseded by the flood revival system, so it's no longer necessary. This light needs to be properly occluded by the geometry. No shadow. How about yes, yes, shadow. Oh, it's probably, oh, you know what? It's probably not creating a shadow because that's instance geo. Let me just quickly join those together. So it'll actually shadow properly next time I import this. I wonder if that'll mess with the placement of the stuff placed down here. Yes, Riss, every elite rank, every flood rank that exists in CER exists in this mod as well. Plus Heretic Flood. Okay, let me play around with the Spire effect. Yeah, I'm glad I learned it very quickly as well, because that was needed to be fast. That's okay, Sev. You good? It's because I have such good teachers. Let's have this not be cinematics. What made you come back, redo all your mods? Because they broke and died forever. So I had to rebuild them all. That's okay, because that means we can do them even better than they ever could be before. Hey, Venus. Yeah, it is gorgeous. Clean enough to eat off of. Man, this place used to be so nice and tidy and clean. Now it smells like shit. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to increase the emission angle. And something fun I want to do here is I want to like put a fire in this little corner here that you can hide behind, and all the infection forms will run into it and get killed. Funny little strat that you can do. Okay, let me add a little blast mark to this. If they weren't like already just fired from 343 or just like laid off, I would be really interested to see like what the Infinite campaign gameplay design guys would do with the Flood if they were to return, because they were, outside of boss fights and like brute chieftains and hunters, they were pretty much on their shit. I would hate to see what they would do with the Juggernaut, because they'd probably just turn it into a giant bullet sponge that insta-kills you like every other mini-boss enemy in Infinite. But for the combat forms, I think they could do something. They'd probably do something really cool and interesting that we hadn't really seen before. Because the Flood have that sort of untapped potential, I think. Oops, I broke it. I can't even see the freaking rotation markers. So bright. No, I'm not gonna make the Juggernaut insta-kill you. You crazy? Trying to get as close as I can without breaking the glass. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see what kind of damage this does to me. Ah! Okay, I didn't mean for it to be that extreme. Let's go like 0.5 damage. Can't really make the fire on Cairo deal damage without like controlling their placements a lot and adjusting them, because Marines will just walk into them. Unless I put like pathfinding hints, I'll tell them to not walk into there. That's a lot more reasonable. I'm cold. Let me get rid of that insane screen impulse. Let's get that bigger. Increase its emission angles. Let's add some randomness to that. Okay, that's good. Anywhere else that I should place some fires? I think that should be good. Having that room in particular have fires, I think adds a lot more emphasis to it. Let me move the light marker, where the light is, a little bit further up, so it's not stuck in the ground. I can't do that because this is on null up. Let me put the light back in the effect tag and then just change the light's like duration. It needs to like it needs to not generate on every tick like that. Brutes, at least brute captains having shields is really important, because if you don't have, you need like that key enemy to have shields in order for the sandbox integrity to remain intact, because otherwise plasma weapons become like really have no role. Okay, let me see. Is there anything else I need to do in here? Oh yeah, I was gonna add some sparks and stuff to the central area as well. Just a couple, not too many. Okay, that should do that. You just getting into the mod tools? Well, Halo is like really... I don't know how it is for other games, but Halo is like really beginner friendly. Especially because you can like immediately test whatever changes that you make. Crossing stuff off my to-do list here. Would you like to switch between Chief and Arbiter for H3R mod? What, like some of the missing missions you play as Arbiter? That's possible. I would want Chief to still be involved in some way though, and I don't know how he would look as an AI partner. Let me place some sparking lights down here that will only appear after the reveal, so that when you're going through here, once the reveal has already run, you have some source of lighting and isn't totally dark while you're fighting Flood. And then I'll have these set to appear, set to be placed after the reveal. I could also make a version that is slightly less seizure-inducing. Sparking light large. Yeah, that hurt my eyes. I don't even have epilepsy. Sparking light large. No seizure, we'll call this. It's apparently supposed to have a lens flare too. I don't know yet, Primus. I don't know what Cortana is going to look like at all in H3R. There we go. That's a lot more reasonable. Excuse me, why are you going apeshit now? Jesus. Where are the sparks that it's supposed to have? Wait, where does it not have an effect tag associated with it? There we go. Okay, that'll help see and hear when shit's actually hit the fan and you're actively fighting bad guys. Make this not synchronized. Yeah, let's not have this be synchronized. Okay, and then hopefully I still have some entries in the object name palette. R hull light 0. And R hull light 1. Okay, these will only turn on once the reveal has already happened. So after you've activated one of the locks. covered in flood farts. Okay, now I'll slip that in here. Object create containing L hall light. Or wait, R hall light. And then I need to make sure to destroy these when you get to the silo. Okay, I think that's predominantly it as far as environmental storytelling or basic decoration, stuff like that is concerned. You can start on placing some gameplay stuff in, so some actual float combat forms. We're gonna have it so you come back from one side and your allies are being attacked by infection forms and the vanilla scene plays, so we'll script that out. Hello El Pato Retro. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a glass of water. I need your guys' opinion on something. Do you think I got enough ice? Is enough ice? It's like stuck. Won't even move. Alright, let's do some actual gameplay stuff. It's all coming together. Takes up space that the drink should be taking up? Well, that's the beautiful thing about it. The ice melts, and then you get more water. So it's like packing in like 3 times as much water as I would get otherwise. So you just let it sit for a bit, and you get more water. Without having to get up and go get more. Yeah, it's just water. If it's just water, then you have nothing to lose. I eat ice as well, especially if it's shredded ice, like they have at Sonic. That's like the perfect thing. How far along I am, or just the part I'm working on. Yeah, I work mission by mission as well. We're actually like halfway through Delta Halo, but I came back to Oracle because I learned how to use Blender, so I added on some new stuff. Alright, so I'll try not to spoil too much as we work through this. Mostly just want to get into the main combat form and infection form encounters. But we will work on one interesting scene. Let me just do a run through here to make sure it's all working. See, heretic!
What are you doing?
Skipped it.
He's using a hollow drill. He must be close.
Skip. Epic time save. Oh yeah, this place is dirty as fuck. Alright, so after you hit that switch, we are going to throw some combat forms at you through this door here. I actually have a test script here. Bursts open and flood combat forms come through. Alright, I'm gonna add the CE door bursting sound effect to that. Let me write that down and I'll do that later. I'll import that sound later. Alright, then we go through this hallway here, get some more combat forms coming at you from the other side. Coming at you live from downtown Los Angeles. And then we meet back up with our allies in here, where a whole bunch of infection forms are going to be coming in. AI place disposal infection. Ah! Ah! Ah!
Watch your foot.
Ah! And our job is to plug in everything in between. Also, Spartan 277 animated the door opening there. And she did a fantastic job. I'm gonna add some sound effects to that as well. Oh, you know what? I just remembered? I was planning on putting a dynamic light to have some spooky flickering lights coming through here. Let me see what we can do here. I want the flood combat form to come through this door and be casting like a really intense shadow through the doorway. Let me place Arbiter down here so I can get an idea of what I mean. Let me just... Flood combat, heretic, brain dead. Place you here. Okay. I want layer to be a really intense shadow being cast through the shadow and like light rays being cast through the door here. So let's see what I can come up with. Putting Sev's lighting engine to good use here. Oh yeah. Should probably make this its own tag. Even though I don't want to make that many different tags. Let me see. Not even sure where this would be sourced from in universe, but we'll work that out. Door light. Oh yeah, I'm gonna scratch that itch for floodlight horror stuff real good here, Sev. I don't know, Recurus. I guess you'll have to play it and find out. Oh yeah, that is sexy as fuck. Need to angle it to shine through the doorway. Need to control like where his shadow is. I have it set so the... I don't know if I... Yeah, I probably should keep the environment shadows on, so it looks more realistic that way. And then I can fake it by putting like a light right here, even though that's not where the light source is actually shining from. Or I could just model like a really basic light on the wall here if I really need it to come from somewhere in the world. Oh yeah, I love that. I just make that a less intense now. What would that look like without environment casting shadows? That looks weird. Let's keep that on. Speaking of lights, I don't know why the dynamic light on the door here is like acting weird. I'm creating a shadow right there. I'll check that in a second. Alright, for now I will just wrap this over here and put that on the floor so it looks like it's coming from somewhere. Even though the angle, the angles and the elevations for them are completely different. You could do red light. That might be a little too cheesy, though. Yeah, it looks like a rock concert's going on in there. Roar! I've come from the gates of heck to harass you and ask for snacks. I don't hate it, honestly. I don't hate it. Flood are partying hard. That looks like a... that reminds me so much of a lot of the lighting in Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 3 would use this orange, like, sunset-y type of lighting so often. Doesn't have to be that intense, could just be a middle ground between what it was originally and that. I think I'll keep it the more sterile color it was before. Yeah, that looks more stark and like neutral. Like it doesn't care about your existence. Okay, now that I'm coming back to these lights, let me actually light these up a little bit more so we got stronger light contrast coming through the window here. Yeah. Okay, alright, what is this doors problem? What is up with this door? Why is it making that weird-ass shadow? So I don't think... there's no seam like that. There's no seam like that whenever this is triangulated, right? How will the light interact with the door animation? It should. Yeah, it occludes it completely because of the way it's considered an object in the same way. Look at that. Look at that beauty. That beautiful bit of engineering. Yeah, there's no seam like created on this or anything that would cause it to do that. So what is going on? I can like invert it. Is it like an object that's casting that shadow? Jesus Christ. Shut up! I can move it back like that and then that gets rid of it. But then it's like inside of... It's not properly placed in the doorway. Does the game think it's like there's an object in the way that it's trying to cast a shadow on? Oh, that's cool. Look, Arbiter is having 2 shadows cast. Like it would be realistically from these 2 light sources. Halo 2 is cool. What if I were to rotate it 180 degrees? Nope, nothing. Strange. Why does moving it back here get rid of it too? I don't understand. I don't think it's the door frame. It stays regardless of where. If I were to move it back like this, then I would have to move the door frame back as well. I don't understand the logic of this shadow. I'll deal with that later. Okay, so let's actually make the script for the combat forms breaking through this door. Right about here, we are gonna place them in. It's probably gonna be 2 combat forms on normal, 2 on heroic, and then 3 on legendary. El Lab Door Flood. L lab door. All of the flood in this segment are gonna be unshielded. And then we'll introduce the shielded flood when you're about to leave to the silo. I haven't made any firing points for this whole area yet. I should do that. Because otherwise the flood won't be able to path anywhere. Okay, and then what I need to do is I need to go to place them in, and then I need to tell them to tell that flood to do its melee animation. So custom, let me name them. 0, 1, 2. Okay, custom animation, AI get units, L lab door flood 0. Objects, characters, flood combat elite, flood combat elite, and then what is the name of that melee animation? I'll add all the relevant sounds to it afterward. Combat unarmed. There's also combat thrash. Is that their animation? What is their animation? Combat unarmed. Melee back. Is their melee just an overlay? What is their melee animation? Probably an any, right? Yeah. Okay, it's thrash. Okay. Thrash front. Combat thrash front. We're not just making rebalanced mods, we're changing lives. Oh, I turned on the air conditioning. It feels so good. All right. Copy that, please. Okay. Let me test that. I don't think this guy needs to run a command script. I just need to tell him to do that one animation. That's not correct. No. No, 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 no. Thrash is when they're getting transformed. What the frick is their melee animation? I'm seeing every melee, like melee back and melee airborne. I need a regular melee animation. What is that? Let's see. Any melee offhand. Okay, I think that's what I'm looking for. Oh wait, no, melee. There it is. Combat rifle melee. I think melee offhand is when they slap you with their non-tentacle hand. Alright, get off the ground. There we go. What does your other animation look like? Okay, we'll use variation 0 then. Let me grab all of this and just pile it into a static script so I can easily test it. Whoa, he exploded. A little delayed, but that's really close. Oh, heck yeah. Woo, baby. Get with it. Let me subtract like 3 or 4 ticks here. Add them here. Woo! I am gonna port the CE door break sound though. That's too iconic to leave out. Oh, I'm loving this. You got a buddy with them. Okay, now I need to actually make some freaking zone set for AI to use to path around here. Let me just make sure pathfinding is working. Yep. All good. Hold on, the ultimate pathfinding test. Point down here, and then point all the way up here. Not close enough? Oh yeah, it's because it's past this. It's past the broken bridge thing. Alright, but success otherwise. Except for here, I don't know why it's trying to pathfind through this thing. Alright. Let's put down some zones for our little toy soldiers to run around with. And, okay, we'll just start all the way back here. How did I set it up for the right wing? Mainly set it up so your allies and all of them would, stick close to the walls so they're not getting in your way. Set it up in a similar way here. This has to be used for both your allies following you in here and for the flood combat forms. Being able to run around and hunt you down. Why is it glowing so bright? Ah! Can you stop doing that? Stop jumping me around. RTX on. Oh, Sapien? Oh, I don't know what that was. Sapien almost killed me. What are these green squares? They are the best things in the world, is what they are, I'll have you know. These little squares tell AI where they can go. Where they should go. ChatGPT squares. And to place these in a way where your allies aren't going to be super annoying in these tight spaces. Everything's so bloomy in here. There is an art to placing down firing points. I enjoy placing down AI firing points like an unreasonable amount. There's something so cathartic about it. We won't let them go inside of the cultivation chamber. We should probably keep them out of there. It's especially cathartic doing this after building this entire section all by myself from scratch. This is the moment I've been waiting for. How many levels are finished for Halo 2 Rebalanced? Well, I'm really almost done with this level, and we're about halfway through Delta Halo. And then after that, I've yet to work on those missions. So we're well over halfway done in terms of the scenarios. Overall, I'd say we're over 70% done, everything considered. Always good rule of thumb, like for almost every type of AI in Halo, is to make them go to firing points that are placed on corners or like against walls, because not only is that more realistic and makes AI look smarter to actually be shooting from points of cover instead of out in the open, but also it keeps them from being an annoyance to the player if they happen to be following you, so they're not going to walk right in the middle. When they're following you, they're going to stick to the sides, which gives you much more breathing room if they're allies that are told to follow. What kind of jump hints should I place around here as well? I should place a jump hint on the bridge there so combat forms can jump across it to get to you. Or on the broken walkway. Let's see, jump hints. Oh, I can also maybe put climb hints on the pillars here as well to get Vlad to climb up these pillars. It won't work here because it's instance geo, but since I joined it with the rest of the geometry, it'll work. I'll write that down. Anything regarding the Dreadnought? Not in context of the main release of H2R. We have well enough on our plate as it is. This is bi-directional. Okay, that should allow Flood to jump across to you. And another one right here. So I can get from there to there as well. The AI move to the next colored square. Well, in the case of AI that are told to follow you through their orders, depending on their following radius, they will go to the area set, which is represented by the color of squares that is closest to the player, based on their follow radius that you set them to. And then in the case of AI that don't follow you necessarily, you can designate what squares they're allowed to path to use. So you have a really high control over how AI behave in firefights and how they move. Should add a pathfinding hint here. So AI, don't try to walk into this. Don't try to walk into these here. I have pathfinding hint. Pathfinding small. Those under here. Just some firing points for Flood to follow you out here, if you've come up here. All right. Yeah, we have ideas for various missions, having expansions later on. Okay, how will AI pathfind here? Nice. Yeah, they can get up there. I might need to add a jump hint along here in case AI are really stupid. Well, it depends. Depends on if I can just walk on and off of it. Yeah, I can, but AI might have some issues with that. We'll see. Are my pathfinding hints that I placed over here still? Yeah, okay. I'm probably gonna place a couple of crates here a little bit to fill the dead space. Making a Mercy boss fight, how would you make it develop? I don't even know where to begin on the logistics of that. You'd have to change the cutscene, then you'd have to come up with an entirely new reason as to why how Mercy escaped that infection form, if he even is still grabbed by an infection form, that is. That's a whole can of worms that require changing up how the story flows in Halo 2. Because that would be like, if you don't like make major alterations, that would necessarily have to be at the beginning of the mission High Charity. I don't know. You could have him be Flood Mercy, yeah. That would probably be good to make it more distinct from the Regret boss fight. Okay, I think that's all of the firing points that I need. Okay, let's make a general universal script for Flood following you around on this side. L-Wing Flood follow. Or L-Wing combat forms. And we're just gonna select all of the firing points here, every single one, so they can follow you anywhere. They're coming for you. They're coming for that arbussy. God, I wish we could zoom out the FOV and the FOV and Sapien. I need to add some over here though, so they can follow you in here. Can AI path over this? Yeah, they can. Okay. Just add some in here. Bait them into the fire over here, if you want. Yeah, you give anyone their own orders, and that orders can be whatever firing points that you want. This is actually like one of my favorite parts of Halo modding. It's weirdly cathartic and very fun. We're just gonna select all of these points to allow them to follow you too. They would normally follow you anyway if they're going in for a melee. AI ignore firing points if they're charging in for a melee, but to actually find you, they need some firing points to follow. Alright, this should be everything. Now give these orders to these blood in here. L-Wing combat forms. you're able to place firing points on scenery. Not on scenery, but you can place them on device machines, which is all the moving geometry in Halo 2. But yeah, scenery, you cannot have pathfinding data generated on it. Ah, oh no! Of course, I need to make them magically see the player. If you are not camouflaged, I should actually check for that. Let's see. Player active camouflage on. Okay. If you do not have camouflage on, I will make them magically see you, so they immediately see you and go for you. If not player active camouflage on, then AI magically see object L lab door flood player 0. And player 1. Yeah, Spartan made the animation for that door being blown open. Hello, map cartographer. Spartan sounds so freaking cool. I'll make sure to forward that to her. It'll brighten her day. Okay. Let me copy this stuff over. Wake L wing main. Thanks, Mindful. Okay, now let's design the encounter for the flood coming at you through here in this hallway, and I think I want to send like 5 of them after you in here on Legendary. And then make it so you can jump on top of these pipes here to get height advantage. L. L Hall Flood Ambush. We are gonna get real good mileage out of the shadows on the wall through the cast through the windows here. Oh, I need to regenerate pathfinding data, I think, since I added all those firing points. Okay, let's place these guys and see how they behave. Hopefully they don't try to go through this back door here, because I had issues with that before. And I place these guys. Oh, they're casting them spooky shadows. Perfect music for this. What happened to the third guy? There he is. What are you doing? Why are they going that way? Stop it. They're like trying to go through the door that's locked for some reason. Why is it not telling me that this is a pathfinding obstacle? This should be a pathfinding obstacle. I don't know why it isn't. Pathfinding obstacle, but not when open. Why does it... It's not open. It is not open. You goober game. Oh, I said it does not operate automatically, and then it blocks. I think I have to set this to not operate automatically, like manually. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's kind of adds to the fun, Steven. Oh yeah, I'm gonna place infection forms as well. I'm gonna place infection forms in this room, probably. This isn't actually like the entirety of how this part of the level will play out. It's just the part of it. So I want to leave some stuff to surprise. Stop going that way! Pieces of garbage. Wait, why is that not shutting down pathfinding this time? I need to regenerate pathfinding again? I'm gonna leave the carrier forms to be introduced in the lab. It's actually a really good introduction for the carrier forms because you're up high and above, so you can experiment with them and how they react to being shot with various weapons from a safe distance before jumping down. Why did the pathfinding successfully? Okay, there we go. Wait, what? Okay. What the fuck, dude? Really? Wait, why aren't they trying to... Why... They should be trying to follow me. That guy's got the right idea. Is it because their follow radius needs to be smaller? What the fuck? Did he get stuck on this? Why are they ignoring their follow? Wait, do Flood even have that like follow impulse in their AI style? Blood Combat Elite. Follow behavior. Yep, they have it. Did it have to do with their style? Does the assaulting style not have the follow behavior? AI assaulting. Nope, follow behavior is enabled for them. Whoa, where the frick did that send me? Maybe it's because I need to save AI resources. Is there a debug thing for follow behaviors? No, it doesn't look like it. Are they trying to path through these pieces of instance geo? Okay, so I need to tell it to generate a pathfinding mesh for it, then? So at the moment, the game is trying to pathfind them through those. I think I just need to add a plus to all of these. To all of these names. They're pathfinding around the pillars. Yeah, this stuff needs pathfinding data too. think they need... They're trying to pathfind to these points which I'm closest to, which the game is telling them the only way to there, at least for some of them, is through the door. So what if I add a midpoint of places they can follow me to? I'm actually out of places that I can tell them to follow me. I need to delete one somewhere. Generate pathfinding data. Running out of firing points. I could give these guys their own orders that tell them to have a goal point to move toward at the midpoint in this room. Most of them are getting through here fine. I'm gonna give them their own order. How do I actually add more styles to the palette? Add style, add the hunting style. I think that would make more sense for this. What are the actual differences between assaulting and hunting, though? Let's see. Assaulting is all aggressive. These are a little bit more, a little bit different. Hunting has the stalk behavior. We might want that. Okay, their goal point will be in here. Then, can that be used in conjunction with following the player? In fact, I'll just transfer them over to the follow player thing once they've been alerted. Hey, there they go. Oh, where are you going? Alright, he's a little confused, but he's got spirit. Get them to go where they're supposed to go. Can't get me up here. Unlike a cat, I judge you from inside the ceiling. Now, there's room for everyone. There's enough bussy to go around. I will spread them apart, though. Okay, and then coming into this hall, I think I'll have a couple of infection forms and a couple of combat forms. Do I have a trigger volume I can use here? I can just have a check for error if you're not in this hall, in this trigger volume anymore to spawn the rest of them. Thank you, Dr. Steele. Play the whole bit you've devved out thus far? Well, I am excluding a couple bits to keep some things for surprise, but I will. Let me place this, the enemies that are gonna be in here, and then we'll play that out. So wait until you're not in that trigger volume, or if you've killed all the Floodin that are in here. Yeah, the blue lights from CE look really good on them. Okay, L. Upper hall. Flood. Just have 2 of those. Once they've sighted the player, they will transfer over to the following. Actually, we'll keep them in here. Flood don't need all that. Unarmed Flood don't really need that complicated of orders. I handled that in a very interesting way, Toast. You'll see when the mod releases. In a slightly secret way. L upper hall flood. And we'll use some infection forms in here too. Just 2 swarm spawn points of those guys. And then we'll place them both. Oh, let me remember to set these guys the proper parent group. L-Wing combat forms. Parent them to L-Wing Flood. L-Wing Infection. Okay. Okay. AI place these guys. All right. So I won't play the entire left wing sequence because I want to keep some things to surprise, but we will take it from the top and see what we got so far.
Arbiter, so glad you could join us. What happened here?
Arbiter, what are you doing?
Get down from there.
He's using a hollow drill. He must be close.
Spread out. Find him.
Man, this place fucked up. Can step in the fire and get all toasty. I'm gonna add sounds to this later. There's gonna be even more of them on Legendary. Oh, I forgot to script it to spawn the ambush guys. Should probably open this in tag test so I can do it on Legendary. Like combat forms first and non-infection forms? I told you I'm not showing you everything from how I'm not showing you everything because I want to keep stuff surprise. So I'm just showing you the bits that we worked on today. Okay, let's actually see this on tag test. Hey, Walkings.
It's moved on. Quickly before it returns, let's find the heretic leader and finish him off.
A lot of the blood decals actually show up in tag test, so we can actually see the grunt blood.
Me have bad feeling about this. You always have bad feelings. You had bad feeling about hoarding food nipple.
Close your jaws, or I shall bind them shut.
Shut up, sucks to suck.
Robert, what are you doing? He's using a hollow drill. He must be close. Spread out! Find him!
Love every time I walk in here, it's just like so densely detailed. Allies will follow you after you come back from one of the wings. Blah 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 blah. Why did you die so fast? I shot you right at your weak point. Uh-oh. We're gonna have a horror ambience music track playing here as well. In the full, like, actual sequence of events. Yeah, weapon carryover is still a thing on this mission. I've yet to still place weapons around, like the carbine or needler, in specific places. I want to keep the good weapons away from you for a little bit until you've cleared one of the wings.
A few minor annoyances, that is all.
And then once you come back here, the allies here are going to be under attack by infection forms, and then the vanilla scenes are going to play out. And now you go over to the other wing. And then here there are going to be a whole bunch of bad guys pre-spawned in. So yeah, and it's a very freeform. You can go to either side, tackle it in any order you want, and it'll change how things play out depending on where you go and on what difficulty you're playing on. I think on the higher difficulties, the upper doors here are gonna be locked once you come back from one of them, so you're gonna have to go back down to the bottom floor. And from there, your allies will start following you. So start following you through here. And follow you to whichever side still has a lock on it. Okay. Alright guys, I think that'll do it for tonight. I'm definitely gonna be done with this by sometime next week when I next stream. So I don't know what I'm next gonna stream, because after I finish this, I'm gonna start working on the first episode of the video series for this mod, for Halo 2 Rebalanced. But anyway, maybe we'll do Delta Halo. Maybe we'll come back to Delta Halo every now and then. Every now and then while I work on the video. Alright, peace out guys, thanks for coming, and you guys are gonna have your socks knocked off by this section, so look forward to that. Alright, good night everyone.